Hello everybody and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm gonna be streaming this, I don't know about every day, but I'm gonna be streaming a lot of this throughout, throughout next week. I'm gonna try to get caught up to the current content. Because, well, I want to, I want to be able to, like, play Blue Archive in between this and Zenless, but gachas are time consuming. At least with this one, at least with Limbus, I can gather this, like, just log on, pop this, pop these, and log off if I don't have time, and just build those up and use Thin Farm when I do have time. So at least there's that. I'm not paying for gambling, so that's a no. Snake, no one believes me. Good for you. Also, I just unlocked this, apparently. I tried to do it. I tried to do it, didn't know I needed multiple teams. Yeah, I don't have that. I have one team. I'm going to attempt to build a Rupture team, but I didn't know I needed multiple teams. So I'm going to attempt to build a Rupture team and probably either a Burn or Sync team. Yeah, I did not know I needed multiple teams. Did a lot of cool stuff, though. I can do this right now. I'm going to do the story, but you get a lot of stuff. I need to, I think I need to actually save some of this stuff to actually grab it, I think. How do I claim that stuff? I can't remember. But it was some insane, like I needed 20 or 25 of those. Oh, yeah. No. With this, I might be able to get a... somewhat... No, I wouldn't have the uptie stuff. I was gonna say I could get somewhat of a team, but no, I don't think so. Yeah, no, the only functional team I have is Bleed. Hey, thanks for letting me know you exist, Webroot. It's about that law firm and no one believes me about it. Why does no one believe me? But I don't know. You're a stranger on the internet? Maybe? Wait, let's get on with the story. I'm more looking for the nocturnal sleeping thing, because I know Ricardo shows up again, and I really hope he becomes a Team Rocket-esque character. Otis, I'm sorry.
H사와 89의 안내는 제게 맡기시죠. 명령이라면
형님과 누님들을 위해
관리인가 하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
It's a law firm in Southern California. I don't know what to tell you. don't believe you. I've got no reason to believe you or not believe you. I don't know what to tell you. I look beyond the glass window. The sinners battle furiously inside a large indoor area. You damned imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Kraus had attacked the entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies, yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of the foe would. I think this is a great show of teamwork. No harm in making sure the thing's more dead. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oh, your genius order was how the last head ended. Wait, your genius order was how the last's head ended up dangling from one of the fourth of a neck? Oh my god, poor Don! Poor Don. Also, sorry if you hear my 3D printer running in the background. Sorry if you hear my 3D printer running in the background. It's, I thought it would be done by now, and it wasn't. It was not. I need a drink. Boy, your genius order. How's that? Oh, I already read that. It was just a necessary sacrifice to gain the edge in battle. Worthy not how befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Don! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, but most of which were variations of "you're doing it wrong." But I had no choice to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to fight. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some crap around. I don't have an inhaler here. Crap. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in the way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Would you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data to take control, manager. I had a lot to say, but let's help the sinners get out of this bind first. What's the law for its name? What? What? Oh yeah, that's right. One of the things there's copies, wasn't there? Oh gosh, like shadow copies. let's have their speed, because that's an issue. Okay, dominating. Oh my god, this is not good. Wait, no, the 6 and 6, shouldn't I? Okay, you've all got this, probably. Big Bird grow, now to never appear again. Hello, Big Bird! I probably should have just used the one that gave me a free ego, because I learned that I can apparently just overclock the thing too and drop a nuke on the battlefield first turn.
얼얼하지?
Okay, got him. Crap. Who are you attacking? Oh, you poor bastard. That was a mistake. Attacking her, of all people, that was a mistake.
나는 어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
No one's attacking Heathy. We can mess him up. Gregor, you'll probably be fine. Yeah. You attacking.
갑니다.
Yeah, this is a cool fight. I just find it just fight ourselves. And taking no damage. Roll the one sinner might die. to it from the staggered. Of course it's Gregor that gets staggered, even on their team. He is always the one that gets staggered. Wow. Is that it? Oh my, oh no, they are using ego. Oh no. How bad is it? So I only get one use, okay. Well, Heath, you're gonna get your ass handed to you here. You have a higher chance. Not by much. Assault just might die on the clash. Oh god, I've never had one of these used against me! Okay, that wasn't too bad.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Yeah, we've got this.
죄인인가? 야의 고통.
And Gregor is staggered
아유
again.
한쪽 경혈 육시 찢겨라.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Oh, I don't think. Wait, I've never. Okay, I've never seen that ego used before. Well, you could be a problem. Yeah. Well, at the very least, I can kill her. I mean, I could try to clash with it. It's not gonna do me any good. I could try to clash with it though. I've still killed the other enemy sitters. It's fine. Oh! Oh! Oh, I guess we won anyway. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of my earlier years in my career. Thanks. Whew, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of this test. Next on the the docket is... I would have asked for salt for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was, not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious, stretching.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가
What is that noise? Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretching. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. That did sound normal, Gregor. What do you mean you can't? That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages. Sync. I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time. I can feel my joints starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. Dante, I feel so bad for you sometimes. I really do. That's when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Well, I mean, yes, but that doesn't really matter when the individual in question just doesn't age. Hong's unprompted capitalization of a heavy subject brought the bus air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone's so sensitive about their age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with, 'tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot, that's my designated seat you're planting your arson. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, there's this guy, without a care in the world, almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is our chance to get back at him for treating you harshly. Don Quixote, I'm sure you could sink. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him. And Don, didn't you spear one of the sinners like in the first 5 minutes of us meeting? Also, is it just me, or does she look a little bit different now? Am I crazy, or does she look a little bit different now? I'm gonna take a screenshot, look at her side by side next time she's sinner from something. No, like, she looks cleaner and more... a little more bright colored. Right. Now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin wing to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainous. Seems plenty villainishly dickish to me. That's his bug arm making those noises, ain't it? Anyway, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we go to the thing? The thing. Well, yeah, the thing that we tried a while ago, but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by the big body of water. Context clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Yep, let's all go on to a spa or something, relax and get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. You still have expectation of your employers? Of our employers? I recall young Russell had given the quite the exquisite massage, has he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. Of course it's Mersal. Hello, Angry Doodle. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm EP. I'm not angry. Not one bit. Not one bit. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Oh my god. So he does something just to basically get numb everything, not just pain. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Massault's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgil? Yes, I knew this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodia's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, to a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that needs this much buildup? In other words, it's time for the Limbus Company's GULP dramatic. Oh. Oh, I was supposed to actually make a gulping noise. Whatever. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago requesting that we... yeah. That we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. He has every reason to be on edge. Nothing ever goes our way. With everything we do, he has every reason to be on edge. We all have a reason to be on edge. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but it sounds like he's just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Oh no. Either I was right, it is something bad, or that it's not gonna be pleasant, or she just has a fear of doctors. It could be either. It really could be either. Only come face to face with the shock expression frozen on her face. She looks like it's the same face she was making when she found out we were going to the Great Lake. So my guess is not good. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly expressions, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us about how things worked outside Limbus Company. The regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is, Coolio? You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rhodia. I did hear some fixer officers or associates employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Oh, that is the most horrifying face I think we have ever seen, ever. God damn it, my face tracking broke. One moment. God dang it. God dang it. Okay, everything's functioning again. So this is the most horrifying face I think we have ever seen. The most horrifying face on a sinner we have ever seen, or on anything we've seen. This is like that. That don't look right. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked, bloody. Blood up my colleagues. The only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she go through, though? Yeah! Yeah, what did she go through? Israel wasn't the only one responding with a pale face, object horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Crazy, wherefore do they seek the measurements of such characteristics? Must you ask? A full knowledge of and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they'd test us. What did Ishmael go through? What did poor Ishi go through? Otis confidently marched up to the front of the other sinners with an assertive grin as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority among us. A true authority. By your perilous true authority, could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? Well, that would technically be Virgil, then myself. Are you looking to replace me, Otis? Do we have to have a talk, Otis? I'm standing right here. I request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of double toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was there not always a topic of great contention among us that which of us is the most fit to command this squad of sinners? I don't know. Actually, Otis wouldn't be that bad. I mean, she got everyone's ass in gear during the whole, Great Lakes thing when we had to row the bus. Ishmael is definitely a good, like, second hand, definitely a good, like, right-hand man, so to speak. I also think it's Otis would probably be the best in place if Dante couldn't give commands. Isn't that Ishmael or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team, always scrambling always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of that glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight for the last sitter standing. Silence fell upon us as Hong Lu's summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Honestly, that'd be kind of fun to watch, but how about we don't? Because I gotta revive you, and that does not feel good. Fluff it. I'll give you what a hell of a fight. My fists used to be bloody, infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? To regular checkup. The regular takes place at... The sinners seem to understand some serious misunderstandings about what the regular checkup entails, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. "'Tis this instant thou sayest, yet mine heart is fate prepared. Pray thee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions." Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far away from here. That is a secret, however, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? Fee, I should ever board the warp trains again. I swear Dawn looks more colorful. Indeed, we will not be boarding the warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Take them doors instead. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or due to variable nature of its activation period, the result destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. I am 100. I love her enthusiasm. I love her enthusiasm. So, further research was necessary to ensure the safe transportation of the intended destinations. Further research, are you implying that we made modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How do you even make time for research? Weren't you doing something with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspiring company during the spare hours in between our travels to garner multiple coordination efforts regarding the stabilization of the backdoor. A new wing. Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but our destination of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp? Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late. And I'm not surprised that companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also feature op-eds regarding the possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been fruitfully planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplement a wing, even before it falls on its own, now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps in the works, and to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war with the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been marred in troubles, both internal and external, haven't fallen to such desperation as to seek assistance of our company. It is not widely presumptuous to predict that it shall crumble ere in advance of such violent phenomenon. Or pandemonium. I say phenomenon. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful in the mechanisms are similar to that of the backdoor, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from the door to another, a portal, if you will. So you resolved all of the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the doors to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing the pentasection incidences. Most recent incidences have been limited to bisections. Bisection is certainly an improvement over... What is this? I need to Google stuff now. What is that? What does that mean? How is that worse than bisection? How? It's not giving me an answer. Here it is. Divide the segment into 5 equal sections, each of length A/5. Okay, so it cuts you into multiple pieces. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit worse than bisection. Okay, that's fair. They both sound equally awful to me. Yeah. Well, yeah, that they both. Yeah, well, I mean, if you could piece together people like a Lego set, maybe not. I would not behold mine own left and right shoe to such cruelty sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Yeah, let's try not to get bisected or pentasected. That is a term now. How do you pet a snake? You don't! We don't like pets! We don't like pets. You don't pet the snake, and you definitely don't poke their nose. You do not pet us. You do not pet us, Neville. Well, well. As this all this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows, though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. Well, this is something I gotta test. Okay, botchers can see that. I had to know. Wait, what the hell? Wait, no, oh yeah, Botchfix ain't showing up. Hmm? Interesting. What is Botchfix doing? Yeah, I just realized Botrix. It's okay. No, it's okay. Botrix is there. It's showing in OBS, but it's not actually displaying on YouTube. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, I might have to message Luna about that later. So there was actually an issue. Okay. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from P Corp. In the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... How big... Okay, first off, how big is Mephistopheles? And how big is this bus? How big is that bus? And how big is this vehicle? In cohorts with young Cassera, are you? Hode, much I aspire to regale her with a tale of the contract's glorious completion. Of mine heroism and bravery, 'tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the site of Limbus Company headquarters. Why does she have a hard time? Why does she pronounce that funny? Thy tit hath been tatted for... What? Don... This last part of the sentence made my brain hurt trying to figure that one out. Also, I swear, I swear, after after Canto 7, she looks brighter than I seriously think she looks brighter than she did before. Like around her face and hair, they look brighter than they did before. I saw someone disrespect Limbus Company in comments for a video. I'm gonna touch him? Hardly, you don't just threaten to touch people. What the hell? Hardly, you don't. You threaten people with violence. You don't threaten to touch them. I think you got your shit mixed up there, bud. I think you got a little confused. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew, glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there was several limitations to bring the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why do you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp singularity can be summarized by the following four words: expansive space warping technology. No one shall say such evil words about words to Limbus Peak. Well, yeah, but you're a little confused there, Hidley. When you threaten somebody, you don't threaten to touch them. That's not how that works. YouTube, for all intents and purposes, this is a joke. B Corp singularity can be summarized by the following. I already read that. Alright, didn't you say, and I will be fair to this. And PM, Project Moon games do tend to be are kind of a niche. Like, they're not a thing that everyone's going to enjoy. Touching them will certainly make them learn from their mistakes. No, it's just gonna traumatize them. They're not gonna learn anything. They're just gonna keep doing it. You're just gonna traumatize them, though. And that's all you're gonna accomplish. Yeah, but they're not gonna learn from it. Alright, didn't you say that Miss Sarah told you something about how the principle of P Corp singularity is a lot like how La Manche Land works? Right, La Manche Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Why don't other wings make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities? How should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane for a city tech from P Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That is quite the intelligent question. Compliments? How nice. Ishmael's correct in suggesting that the technology to expand in a given space is a commonly employed technology by the other wings as well. An example of such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered, to have the sound structure in... Stop making my vocabulary look small! No matter what its interiors safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the most expensive P Corp product is, the more expensive the P Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilizes P Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. If traumatizing... Again, that's not how that works. That is not... Your method is flawed. Your method is flawed. That's not gonna stop him. It's gonna traumatize him, but that's not gonna stop him. No, it's not gonna stop him. You have a very, very flawed method. Hello, server cookie. It's ideal and perfect, like perfect cell. Ugh. I have a lot to say on that. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, though. Don't dimensional trucks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sync. Why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back in the school. Here's how it goes. So a deviant association employee makes a delivery to her house and looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier truck and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up all night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story's just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations have been added to the HANA and Deviant Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of Stop making Mocali look small! Sometimes you gotta be a freak to spread true justice. I won't argue with that. That's fair. But I'm telling you, touching people ain't the solution here. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to different dimensions, difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics and communications and supply much more convenient. And one question, however, how does the company plan to move this installment, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transport such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means to transport such as this vehicle here, developed by using P Corp and inspiring W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and to operate. Virgil gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. What should I do? Bondage him? No! I think standard violence would be sufficient before we go into more weirder methods. Again, YouTube, for all intents and purposes, I have to say this for legal reasons, this is a joke. Activating now. Valves tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energy is now linked. We're rooting towards that gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door, when the gauge displays around the glowing door the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. But, well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines coupled with a low droning noise. Oh, like that low hum, I take it is what he means. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Is the floor of the LCB department. Oh, this place is nice looking. This almost looks like a room I would build in Space Engineers. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride through the HQ's front gate one day. Oh yay, I get to fight something! Wait, hold on. Level boost to level 50. Okay, I'm putting together a rupture team, so using this on you would not go amiss. Putting together rupture and using you would not go amiss. I didn't want to use it on you because I've already put stuff into leveling you. I didn't want to waste it when you already have a whole 29 levels. Speaking of which, do I have anything to uptie someone to tier 4? I used that thing when I got I used that on someone. I can't remember who. I think it was Manager Dawn when I got her. I can't remember if I have got another one of those things that upties 4 automatically. I don't think I have one. Oh, maybe I do. Oh, what's this? Take off module, eagle spinning. Hello! Hello, Spectre. Hello. What's up? Are you ready for more Purgus Night? I am saving every bit of lunacy I can get for the Arknights event. I am hoarding it. Since it's a true limited thing. I want to get all of them. And I don't want to spend money to do it. So, Yeah, but also no. I will not be pulling anything for Walpurgis Night. Also, what the hell was I just reading? What was that? What's this? Wait, what's this? Use this? Wait, what is this? When the hell did I get this? When the hell did I grab this? Use this item to select a Season 2 identity, including event identities, to obtain. When the hell did I get this? When the actual hell did I get this? Okay, I'm not gonna get the flower one because for the sync team, he's sync, and for the sync team, I much prefer the 2 handguns one. I've used them a lot extensively, and I really like them. No, I need to look at the identities. I need to look at the identities. I mean, there's nothing saying I gotta use it now. I can see, I'll always look at whatever's best for the next Kanto when it releases, so I could save it. Oh, I got to the second. Oh, I've had. Oh my god, okay, I went so long without even realizing I got, where is she? I went so long ever since I started playing Limbus. Not Limbus. Ever since, I completed the Limbus, this season's Battle Pass. Ever since I completed all of those, I went this long until very recently, without realizing I had this. Which is probably the strongest ego I have. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that I got that and I just didn't notice. Okay, Bleed is the team I have built up the strongest. And I still don't have a good Bleed ID for Yi Sang, so I might nab one up if I see one. Charge and Trimmer. I don't really have enough to really build a Trimmer team. Nor do I understand Charge. I don't have a good ID for a sync-based Heathcliff. He's Rupture. He could be good. Oh, he could be good, though. I'm assuming Honglu's probably going to get an ID in Kanto 8. Also, that flower can do 10k damage. I know. I saw someone... I've only ever seen it reach up to 900, I think. But, yeah, someone told me that thing can reach up to 10k damage. I don't know how. I mean, granted, that wasn't even uptied once when I got that number. So, I could... But, yeah. It's Rupture Season in Kanto 8 Coping. Well, I sure hope so, because I just put everything else I had to actually building a Rupture team, which wasn't much. I don't have another team aside from my Bleed team, and I'm still putting resources in it to kind of flesh it out a little bit better. Okay, Molar Office Otis looks so cute. Trimmer and Sync. Oh! Oh, I was wondering when I got to see during the story Ishmael wear this suit that caused so much controversy. I was wondering, and it wasn't part of the story. It was probably for the story we get for uptying that ID. Oh. I'm not seeing anybody I really want, so I think I will just save that. I think I'll just save that. When did I start? I think I started, like, the Walpurgis Night before Kanto 7 released, I think. Like, the tail end of that is when I started, I believe. So, yeah, I don't so yeah, all the resources I've gained up to this point have all been, well, they were poured into some odd IDs that just kind of worked until I got a bleed team going. Then I just looked at, the Bloodfiend Otis ID and just said wood and then pulled all of the Bloodfiend IDs as a result, but yeah, that's my bleed team right here. But yeah, all of my resources I've gathered up to this point have all gone into these characters and a few other eyeball ones here and there. Is Enclair Walpurgis Knight? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Enclair or where is he? Enclair or Solemn Lament, you sang. I can't... Wasn't one of them Walpurgis Knight? Like, Enclair and him? I can't remember. But he and Enclair are like one of the first people I pulled during Walpurgis Knight. It ended up becoming my strongest IDs. For the longest time until I pulled the Blood Fiends. Yeah, all my resources is all in that one bleed team. I have not had time to build out another team. I am hoping it's Rupture, because that's what I've been putting what else I've gotten since I've completed this. I put my resources in a Rupture team. So I am hoping... I'm hoping Kanto 8 is Rupture. Because otherwise, me pouring resources down to Rupture would have been kind of pointless. I still don't have much. I have a level 15 and a level 29. I still don't have much. Okay, Enclair's just regular extraction. Okay, so some laments. I know I got one ID here for Walpurgis Knight. I couldn't remember which one. I think I might have pulled them together. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, Enclair is regular. Okay. Well, let's go murder something, and then I gotta go on a quick break. No, 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 do not use my Rupture team. It is not ready yet.
잘 됐네.
It is not. I forgot to read what the other thing was I got. I looked at it, it's like, wait, what is this? And I got distracted. Damn it. Each Kanto has its own theme. Kanto 6 was Sinking, 7 Bleed, 8 would be Rupture, hopefully. I mean, it makes fair sense. Just of what I've seen, like the Intervallo before, like with the Warp Train and everything with the Blood Fiend, that was Bleed. Before that was Bleed, and then Kanto 7 ended up being Bleed after it. And I know Nocturnal Sweeping, or whatever it's called, the one that's going to come after this, is heavily based off of Rupture, isn't it? So if it follows that pattern, it would probably be Rupture for 8. One would hope. Also, that looks cool. Have I seen you before? You look familiar. Someone say something, damn it. Thank you, Heathcliff. Right, are we waiting for something to happen, or are we just suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me to liberate the liberty of self-introduction. My name is what? How the hell do you pronounce that? The chief researcher of this company. Me, what? Wait, why'd you put me with a question mark? Huh? To be precise, he is the chief LCB LCB department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, oh my god, they're like rivals. To be even, Faust, you're getting a little close there. I'm not complaining, but you're getting a little close there. Just call him a hoe. Okay, his name is now Ho. Okay, I will do this. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. And why'd you put me with a question mark? To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yu Sang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind and continue the research after all. So you two are friends. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I am in agreement. For the first time, we have acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of your regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one desk to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. It would have been expected. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I'm very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. This must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company's Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I am saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed, it is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Why is no one ever mentioning that his clock is moving? Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are speaking to the same language. So I stop using words that don't understand, making me look vocabulary look small. God damn it! How odd. Their clothes are. Yes, allow me to introduce you to Martin, Alyssa, the two researchers directly under my command. Are they wearing are they wearing gear extract from abnormalities, but happy to have someone who recognizes them? Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? Oh, and how are you doing today? Hello, Plagueis! I'm doing great. How you doing? There are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences to present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions successfully, I might add. Okay, great. Now show me the cute girl who is perpetually on fire. That would be much appreciated, thank you. Also, thank you, SiriBot, for getting rid of that bot. Well, the news of the production of Ego gear in Limbus Company style was already received. This is the very first time I've observed it in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions and too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects of LCD department as well. Klaus closely observes the eagle gears that host was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. We shall get a Lobo Corp 2 game, definitely. I mean, I'd definitely play it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to see him try something a little. Well, it would be kind of funny to have a fighting game with Limbus Company characters. I think that'd be kind of funny, but no, I'd rather them try like new and like either try to improve on this in Arena or for them to try something new. Personally, I'm not a fan of management games. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I just wasn't a fan of that particular type of game. They did say the last they want to do a city builder to make a DDVN game. That's not last damn autocorrect. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They kind of have this in place for this kind of game too. A D&D style game would also be pretty nice. They already have the system in place, like with how like the systems for like the cards and stuff worked in or pages and stuff worked in Arena, along with how the coins and everything work in Limbus. They definitely already got a decent formula for a D&D style game too. I don't know, I mean, a Lobo Corp 2 is welcome, but I would really much rather than, like, branch out, like, try more unique things. This is a product of thousands of repeat experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team's standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh my god, she is so cute! Oh my god, she is so freaking cute! I love her. She is so freaking cute! And I got the Faust ID. That's on fire with the, that's like this. But she is so freaking cute! Hot, I mean that both figuratively and literally. Okay, seriously, this outfit is freaking awesome. I love this. Let's go to Limbus Company Stringer. Limbus Company Stringer. Hello! Hello and welcome. Hello, newcomer. I don't exclusively... I mean, I'm going to be streaming a lot of Limbus Company, trying to catch up with all the current content, so I can play Blue Archive in between waiting for Limbus and Zenless Zone Zero to release updates. So, and I'm going to be streaming a lot more of it now, until I'm caught up, but I don't exclusively stream Limbus games. I stream a variety of things like Stalker, hell, Space Engineer sometime, a few different games. Most of all people working with Poe are wearing Abnormality Ego gear. I'm a Limbus Company fanatic. Yeah, hello and welcome. Well, I don't only stream that, unfortunately. Okay, seriously, okay, this is the last time I will simp. I love her design. Oi, piss off, I'm getting mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with this checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you expressed. There is no way him and Heathcliff are gonna get along. There's no way that that is going to happen. There's no way those two are gonna agree. I refuse to believe this. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Yes, let me commit violence. Very well. First task, we shall access your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situation. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgil, and Charon. Okay, Zenless literally taught me how to pronounce that when they said it in English, that exact name. And I've already forgotten. I'm pretty sure it's Charon. But I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. But there's like that name that actually it taught me how to pronounce it because it just said it out loud in English. But I've already forgotten. I think I'm pronouncing it right though. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose is this test is to measure your behaviors in response in case of a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgil? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with the flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Okay, having a clock for a head. Well, while it would be funny to me at first, it would drive me insane that I couldn't eat or drink. Charon wants cake too. Oh, hey, we've got some leftover cake from the last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgil and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is a regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. Separated from the I can't read that fast. I can't read out loud that fast. I can speed read really freaking fast, but I can't read out loud that fast. And I am much slower. I was not able to actually read that game. Damn. Oh well. Sure, it wasn't important. I'm sure I'm sure it wasn't important. Well, you've won a 3. Oh, I was actually, since this is just a basic battle, I was just gonna activate this. Since I now know I can actually overclock Ego when I use this ability, I was just gonna open up with dropping a nuke on the battlefield with her thing, but no, I can't use that right now. I am not gonna be conservative with that in the slightest. I am gonna drop that in any opportunity I get.
네 피분수
Outside of mirror dungeons where I gotta conserve. Well, I've actually gotta conserve that at the right moment. That or bosses. I know these little battles, I'm just gonna drop a freaking nuke on the battlefield each and every opportunity I get.
따뜻한 엎드리도록
Her ego is busted.
가족을 위해 흐르는 피로
God, I miss having the Old Fiend ID already, but I want the extra points for the event that's running. Ouch. Ouch.
이번에 네 피분수
I am surprised Gregor hasn't been stunned by being looked at funny yet.
괜인가?
What a surprise!
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
영원히 잠들어라.
Come on, y'all are pushovers.
고귀하게
You just get out of my way. This isn't exactly much of a test
따뜻
when I can one-shot most of these guys given the right circumstances. No, like seriously, if I wasn't clashing them and I just did an unopposed attack, I'm pretty sure half my sinners could probably one-shot these things.
턱을 마실걸? 다음 놈 나와!
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
And now Don has gone Super Saiyan with that ability. Thanks, Don. No, save that,
저
save that.
부숴줄 테다.
따뜻한 너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
저 부숴줄 테다.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. This one's gonna hurt. Oh, wait, is this the one? Yep, it is.
끝을 낼 시간이다.
I love how this ID is basically just canon to Don's abilities.
턱을 마실걸?
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Also, I swear, ever since I beat Kanto 7, I swear whenever she pops up in a story, like her sprite pops up in the story in the VN part, I swear they made her look brighter after Kanto 7. Like I swear they changed her artwork a bit after Kanto 7 to make her look a little bit brighter, like around the face and hair. I don't mean the little thing here. I mean her like image during the VN segments.
저 부숴줄 테다.
I'm not complaining. It looks not. I can't tell if that's my mind playing tricks on me or if she is actually a brighter color, a little bit of a brighter color now.
끝을 낼 시간이다. 다시 이번에 네 피분수 갑니다.
Just get out of my way. Just get out of my way. You are screwed. You guys are not even remotely difficult. Just get out of my way. Unseen sinners would be capable of defeating the. We went through various. This almost. This actually. I was talking about Blue Archive. This almost sounds like Blue Archive music. We went through various tests, including the command ability trials using the... I still don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, I swear they made her look a little bit brighter. I can't tell for sure, and it's bugging the hell out of me, but I swear they made her look a little bit brighter. Heart Badger Esquire, Heathho, I have a hard time. I have a hard time speaking in the way that you speak, Don. I felt like I was gonna have a brain aneurysm whenever my teacher would make me read Shakespeare back at high school. This hurts my head. I have attained a score most perfect. To be surprised by Miss Don Quixote in contest of knowledge, I must delve further into my studies. Yi-sang, to be surpassed by Don Quixote. Yi-sang! There is different levels of smarts. This was for combat ability. You are definitely the more intelligent of the two. Don't worry. Yi-sang, don't worry, bud. Yeah, Yi-sang, bud. They were testing our Fixer Association. Oh, wait, is this more than just what we just saw? Is this more than just our fighting ability that we just saw? Oh, okay. Hey, Yi-sang, bud, they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Okay, yeah, that actually, even so, that still makes sense that Dawn would get, like, a perfect score. Totally, honestly, she's got more than enough fixation for the entire bus. Yeah, yeah, that actually, okay, so okay, so that was more than just combat knowledge, okay. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia, quizzes, okay. That's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person. The look in their eyes, how strong they look, bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. Oh, she is so freaking cute! Oh my god, I love her. She is so freaking cute. Please tell me we get to see more of her. And that they don't kill her. You are Mersault. You were finally allowed to a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test of all standards, we can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCB department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Also, dude looks like a walking tree. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys, and that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. Hold on, this is important. Who is the shortest? Who is the shortest? Who is the shortest? Okay, standing at 160, I'm assuming that's centimeters. 160 centimeters is just Sinclair. Don. Don is the shortest. Don is the shortest. Oh my god, that's freaking adorable. Okay, now for the second. Am I taller than any of the sinners? Oh my god, I am roughly the exact same height as Sinclair. So I'm taller than Don. This was of utmost importance. Oh, Mersault's taller. I honestly thought Mersault would. I honestly thought Rodeo was the tallest. Mersault. I'm pretty much the exact same height as Sinclair, I think. If not a pinch taller. So 5'4" would be 164.5 centimeters. Yeah, I'm pretty much the exact same height as Sinclair. What, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Oh my god, is Faust pouting? Is Faust pouting? Not Faust, Don. I mean Don. Why the hell did I say Faust? Is Don pouting? Is Don pouting? Right? Maybe it's because I was looking at Faust when I said that, but is Don pouting right now? Her cheeks are puffed up. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Oh, I really like the new uniform, if that's the case. Right, I can totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep, they're LCE properties, so you better return them as soon as you're done here. Aww. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist while here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness here, but Dante won't turn the clock just for me, you know. Well, I mean, no, I'm not gonna use my magic rewind powers when I don't need to. We don't know if that has a consequence yet. It's been hinted that it's coming from somewhere. So, maybe it's best we don't do that, Rhodia. Turning the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unforgettable habit. Perhaps Mersault can remedy your pain. Mersault's form of massage apparently remedies all feeling. And probably for the best you don't do that. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tippy toes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground. But my heels are on the ground. B. Okay, so if this is him standing on his tippy toes, I might actually be a hair bit taller than Sinclair. Don is freaking adorable. Do not underestimate the power of the man. Like, he is one of the strongest sinners here. ID wise. Do not underestimate the power of the manlet. And, can you snuff out your cigarette before the test begins? Where's Rhodia? Oh, she just looks angry. Okay, she is giving these two the bitch please look. Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. Oh, oh, Gregor. Wait, is that a thing Gregor does? Does he not actually... Wait, does Gregor not actually light them? Does... I know he did that when he was in, Ishmael's body during the April Fool's event. Does he not actually light them? Does he just have them in his mouth? He said that so when he was in her body, is just like a... So he could just have a feeling of something in his mouth. Is that just a thing with him? I never noticed that. I never thought to look. I mean, the end always looks chewed, so makes sense. Aha. And what about bold but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to the beginning of this test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out some testing procedures. You got 2 of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, what's with the random butterfly? Oh, we're not Mr. Ho's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course, there is much that distinguishes those 2 occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rodia suddenly raises her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. I get the feeling she's gonna regret this. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibe, you know. I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rodia trailed off greedily, caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? Oh, this is so freaking cute. I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to hosting implies that the set assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person that they are assisting. Again, I don't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting 2 smart arses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who, facilitated the tasks of the class president and what's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in front of the center of things is just bothersome, you know? Oh yeah, it isn't lit. There's no smoke. Oh. I hadn't realized that before. I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision's already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange hair center. Ishmael also almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Damn, Ishmael. Greetings, Mr. Ho. As you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures of offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I am by your side. You went straight murder mode during your whole adventure with the Great Lakes. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request from the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move, as you're standing in front of the center I chose. Oof. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me, huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. What are you researching? I have a feeling this is not going to be something you actually wanted to be a part of. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent fix of spontaneously and intuition? I'm pretty sure I said that word wrong, but I'm not going to correct my mistake. A perfect deceptor of your friend here, I would say. What'd you say, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives more than sufficient qualifications to command and lead them in my stead. What? Heathcliff as a leader? What? Dude, did you suffer some brain damage just using this thing that you're wearing have some adverse effect on the way you think? This is not him as that is not. This is a bad idea. Probably the worst we've ever had. He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, he's saying you were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? There is no way I read that right. No, I read it right. It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligence of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of the memories of the past. He sang reply with a particularly downcast look. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Okay, this music right here sounds a lot like Blue Archive music, like something you'd hear in that. Righty-ho, so, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit just as you are now. Now I see what he's doing. Who sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Okay, hold up. Let me check something. I need to plug in my
내가
phone
이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
so I can continue to see Twitch. Okay, it's right there, and there. So I might be thinking about upgrading my internet so I can have more upload speed. 24 is good, but it could be better. I'm hoping to upgrade my internet speed. Okay, so I do need to go on a quick break. I would be gone for about 5 minutes. I gotta run to the restroom, get a new drink. I will be right back, everybody. Yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. That is not the right button. Okay, hello everybody, I am back. What my wait screen says otherwise. Discord's broken, what the hell? What's gonna go wrong? There ain't no way they actually think Heathcliff is a leader. There ain't no way. There is something seriously wrong here. I don't know what it is, but there is something seriously wrong here. If I've seen either as host suggested, expressed his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Alright, you there, get in line, single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. He's almost acting like Otis. Aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. That's a pretty weird last. That's a base. Make that rest for all research. I didn't even realize they were all wearing glasses. I just saw one. Oh my god. Look, slightly push up on the glasses helps to put the on the air of a studious, learned individual like so. This is like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what I have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on more profound aspects of life. Alright, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be less. Stuff out the sick in your mouth. Heathcliff, don't provoke Roshu, whatever you do. Please don't provoke Roshu. I will not be held responsible for this. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. But you just do as I say for once? No. You can't ask her to do that. It's not gonna go your way, dude. He's actually pretty effective. He's just talking like Otis. It seems that we are... It actually did go better than I expected. Huh. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. Okay, seriously, I do love this. Whatever, I do love this design, the clothing. I don't know, just the fact that it's constantly kind of on, just the fact that it's kind of on fire, it just kind of makes it look really cool. I wonder if they've ever just used her like a glorified glow stick if the powers went out. Or ever used her to cook s'mores. I do wonder if they've ever used her for that. Primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current ability scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so you're trying to... Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Weird. Oh, I gotta go back and read that. Okay, that was weird. Why can't I click on other stuff? Okay, there we go. I see, so they're trying to figure out how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling that this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. In order to speak myself as acting manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is integrated into my very being. Thus, as the fruit of those efforts, I have grown much more precise and scathing in my critique of other mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to get trapped among the ruminations of worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was confused by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. I have come to sometimes allow my mind to form a bereft of rigorous reason, floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite present? Just reading that made me feel relaxed. Okay, I guess that's progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less picky. I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh. Look. I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't seem to try to... Why don't you... Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too, that's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right, I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart to heart. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished from the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged. In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the same general level as your 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this was what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it's quite apt choice of words. Oi, take that back. I take it back. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Well, Sync, is that the sound of is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? Is that your bloody... Excuse... Wait, did she just smack him in the back of the head? Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. I heard a loud clunk. Why did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does that have anything to do with those chains that appear when we first entered the contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of the golden bow is connection. You are now all fairly evenly and equally mediocre. I mean, the IDs more than compensate for that one, though. Post comment in subsequent stares seemed a bit targeted. And I don't know about that, Lore-wise, Dawn is pretty freaking strong in comparison to the other six of the whole Blood Fiend thing. Think of it as something akin to... I don't know how to say that, but okay, I'll take your word for it, dude. Employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. That is why Otis grew so pathetically weak in the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course, had I been in my prime, I would have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. No, Otis, no, no, you wouldn't. At least not this one here. At least not our little gremlin here. Wipe the floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone. So that's why my murderous arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. I didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Trigger. Oi, what's the use of all this clatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. I'm pretty sure Sinclair is also pretty strong himself. I got calluses on my palms. Yet not all the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Well, yeah, it gave you pseudo-immortality being tied to Dante. I'd say it's a pretty good trade-off. You saying started carefully attempting to negotiate through the conversation as that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages of Grandos of the Golden Bow implied that the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumph? What, really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it's highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can be said that determining that the determining effects was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense. I guess I could have knocked. I guess I never could have knocked out Heath knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sinclair. It's really handy trick, you know. he's just sitting there quietly. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains why Roshu's impressive blade work and Mr. Bumble back at T-Corp Factory. Oh, with Mr. Bumble. Won't waste my breath boasting. Never do, anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of this test is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So is this going to be something like that? There does, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's ability without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know a precisely appropriate method for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology. We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. It was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailor test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. Okay, we will utilize it in the distortion phenomena. That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound much like a super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right, honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant. Right, that's enough chatter. Get in there. So their test is, hey, go punch monster, we see how you do. Got it. Sorry for the cough. Okay, anyway, I got sidetracked hard. I forgot I was gonna see what the hell this thing did. Raises an ego's thread spin up to tier 4. Usable egos on WA power or lower. I mean, the only really good ego that, did I uptie the strongest ego I've got? You. How do I view you? Oh, here? It's only 2. Yeah, I don't mind using it for that. That is the strongest ego I have. I don't think I have another WA power. I don't think I have another one like that. Some of them even only have their base ego. I'll probably use it for that. That thing is really strong. I am trying to scroll down. I am actively trying to scroll down. Actually, wait, no, these, I can't remember. These might be, but, I can't remember. These two, or this one? One of these might be a Watu. I'm not sure. But this one is the one I regularly use, so I'll just go with that. Well, I don't think it classifies as a mini nuke anymore. Thing's basically a weapon of mass destruction now. Can't wait to see what kind of damage I can pull with that. Well, shit. Okay, I was getting concerned it might force me to use their non-ID variant, because those things I have not put a single point into leveling.
차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
Let's see. First one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Yeah, this is actually very off-putting. Heathcliff, are you okay? Right, you. You there, inside, now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Hongwu and Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, there are entities that have failed to even distort. It seems like we've been fighting. It seems like we'll be fighting that again. Alright, I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me the whole time since I've arrived. Aren't those tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sods, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I kind of do too. There's a big difference between if you have to, but just doing it just for shits. I understand it seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite, save for a few exceptional individuals who are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulty between us, now we need to make a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I would have to say all of the above. They kind of fill the role of all of the above. They may have been colleagues at first, but I have to say at this point, they're all of the above. Dante says 3, colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the attainment unit window, holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect, it's none of the above. Bite me. Chu says that they are sinners, not family, not friends, not colleagues, prisoners. Bite me, bitch. I do not consider these guys prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and that acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their place when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners are bound to Limbus Company. These sinners bound to Limbus Company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as a right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... Translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what he said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memories, your head, your past. There must be so much that you would like to know. And perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say is that... say with this little demonstration... How's that sound? Well, I was hearing something in real life. It was nothing. What I mean to say is that this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, is he usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? You're severely behind schedule. While the loud as noise outside. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the projected onto the this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that it's suddenly I can read. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its studies have an average level of knowledge. So if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. Oh, wait, is he jumping? Wait, was he jumping as he said this? Oh, this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. And sure, much already know there are 7 categories too. I still don't know how to pronounce that. And as far as I am aware, the highest stage you've observed was in stage 3 so far, at least. Where dost thou utter a little muttering of so far, at least? At the end of thine words, good sir. Sharp, well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding obstacles in all things. Never say never, or so they say. You're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of mini to be covered today is the... Okay, I don't know how to pronounce that name, and it's making it very difficult to read that sentence. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there's nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, did you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. Aha, that's... Because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason to spark a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, especially my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Wait a minute, if they were weakened from being bound to Dante, does that apply to Dawn as a blood fiend too? Because she was just flicking people away that we were struggling to deal with. Oh my god. Okay. Dawn, please stay your happy self. Yes, that is exactly how it is.
저 부숴줄 테다. 반항하지 마.
Okay, Sinclair, why is every idea I've ever used for Sinclair so freaking strong? Don't underestimate the power of the manlet. Damn!
반항하지 마. 좋아.
And it's dead.
장부에서 삭제.
It did 1 damage. It did 1 damage.
깨는 건 즐겁네요. 좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요. 재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 되는 건 즐겁네요. 되는 건 즐겁네요. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Okay, guys,
재미는
crush them.
없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Oh, they got tougher. Not by much, but they got tougher.
얼얼하지.
How about we don't do that? Oh, it's not Tragdoin. Oh. Okay,
재미는
that looks a little
없겠지만
bit better.
그렇게 할게요. 반항하지 마.
Come on, finish it off, Hung. Oh, there's just 1 swing. Ow. Weak.
다 부숴줄 테다.
It almost died from the clash because of the
보는
bleed.
건 즐겁네요. 좋아, 장부에서 삭제.
Oh, you're big. I'll save that for if I need it. Or if I just feel like doing it for that reason. You just hit whatever you have the chance to.
부숴줄
Wait.
테다.
당신도 꽂혀보세요. 누군가에게
So I take I'm
저주받는
just
기분이 어떤
going
것인지.
center through center. Oh crap. Otis and oh no, I have a strong ID for Otis. No, I have strong IDs for Otis and I have strong IDs for Otis and Bro Shoe. I just have switch out for weaker ones for the okay. Wait, why'd I get staggered? Wait, what the hell happened there? Okay. Oh, if I attack that, that's why he does the counter move, I think. That's I still don't fully understand how these work after all this time. I think if I hit that, he hits me with a counter attack.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 얼얼하지?
Oh no, he uses that regardless. Okay, so I can just strike that when I can just strike that spot. Okay. He's gonna use that regardless.
누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
Yes, I still don't fully understand how that works. Shit. I actually might just be able to do enough damage to him if I just hit the unopposed thing.
자, 부숴줄 테다. 저 새끼.
Oh shit!
내가 죽어도 넌 장부에 남는다.
Oops.
실패는 상관없어. H4와 8구의 안내는 제게 맡기시죠.
Oh, I actually don't have what I need to level you up, do I? Oh, oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주죠. 명령 H4와 8구의 안내는
I
제가
promise you,
원하는 대로
I just didn't
되어버려도
understand
되나요?
how the counter attack worked. I could just attack the unopposed thing, that's fine. Now I know he's just gonna use that anyway.
차
And actually,
부숴줄 테다.
using the one right here is perfectly fine.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요? 배는 건 즐겁네요.
Also, knowing I do not have the ability to up type 4
잘 뺄 수 있을 것
any of these
같은데요?
two. Oh, he lost the clash. Oh, oops.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
차 부숴줄 테다. 차 부숴줄 테다. 얼려라지.
반항하지 마.
얼려라지.
재미는
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
없겠지만
I'm pretty
그렇게
sure
할게요.
everything here's dead.
얼려라지. 좋아. 장부에. 좋아. 장부에.
배는 건 즐겁네요.
No, I do not have the resources to. I'm gonna go for the. Honglu. Oh, you're on a. Oh no. Yeah, Jacob, I
재미는
suppose.
없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
And just save that, I'm gonna save the overclocked one for once I, Wait, why is he attacking? Is Mucha targeting Sinclair? He's killed Hong Wu. Are you working? What? Wait, what the hell just happened?
내가 죽어도
What?
넌 장부에 남는다.
Wait, what the hell was that?
상관없어. 그
Huh?
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
Why do you... I've faced those things before in the mirror dungeon. They've never done that. The hell was that?
다 부숴줄 테다.
깨는 건 즐겁네요. 좀 더 잘 벨 수 있을 것 같은데요.
얼려라지.
재미는 없겠지만 깨는 건 즐겁네요.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 자, 부숴줄 테다. 얼려라지.
좀 더 잘 벨 수 있을 것 같은데요. 재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Let's get to the big guy.
자, 부숴라. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Alright, okay, okay, so it doesn't even tell me what the hell happened there. No, he does not.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
얼려라지.
He had nothing going towards Hong Lu, and I didn't see any indication of. Oh, that was pointless. What am I supposed to do? He's attack. Okay, so he just completely ignored what he had set and just went after Hong Lu and killed him instantly. I'm gonna bother with this one. What the hell?
실패는 상관없어. 그건 중지의 실. H사와
Oh wait,
8구의
this guy was
안내는
not uptied 4 before, did
제게
it?
맡기시죠.
Does this automatically uptie him? I wonder if it automatically levels them too. It does not. Shit. Yeah, I got figured. Although all I got from these two.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
I don't know, slam the brick wall until something works? I don't know. It's not even, didn't even tell me it's passive. They're all grayed out. It just happens.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요. 반항하지 마.
얼마나지?
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요. 좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요. 되는 건 즐겁네요. 되는 건 즐겁네요.
좋아. 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 장부에서 삭제.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Okay, so these two are not uptied 4. I did not uptie 4 of these two, but on this particular level, it seems to automatically do that because they both are showing uptied 4. They're both max level, and they're still getting instant gank. I am very confused. And I don't have any other IDs that can actually, for them that can
재미는
fight
없겠지만
that.
그렇게 할게요.
They're just not level.
차 부숴줄 테다.
되는 건 즐겁네요.
And now he is attacking Sinclair, okay.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Oh, he won the neutral. Oh, that's a surprise. It's not even giving me any indication of why he's doing that. When I check his passives, they're all grayed out. counterattack doesn't show why he'd attack 2 people either. Not that I noticed. Up and he's dead. Oh no, he got, no, that was the body. He got staggered. Yeah, summary. Nope. Blocked out. Nope. Pass it. So why is he So why is he attacking Honglu and Sinclair both? Just randomly, seemingly not actually using any of those attacks that he has. At one point, didn't even let us make our set up our turn. He just attacked when we weren't staggered. I don't understand this guy. Well, whatever. He's dead or damn near dead. That was confusing, and it didn't give me indication either of what was going on there. I don't get it.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고.
Yeah, it just flat out didn't tell me what it was doing, and the counterattacks would just show standard like it hits, does whatever and all that. Nothing actually showed what it was doing. This is why I was doing that weird ass thing, where he would just attack before my turn started.
원하신다. 형님과 누님들을 위해 몸을 풀어두죠.
Hey, up next, you three. Well, let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now let us discuss the sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrounded and inert. Surrendered and inert. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along and rolls them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. It is efficient to live in the bounds of rigidity. Established routines. Rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden, like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I mean, Faust is kind of right. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Let's check. Okay, check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Priest Gregor is busted, so, not busted. Priest Gregor is tanky as shit, so this should be no problem. Himself Faust is... Her paralysis is nice. I just realized I don't have any bleed IDs for you saying. that it's really important here, but I just realized I actually don't have one. I can just do this.
대답하지 마.
필은
알겠어.
Oh, you poor son of a bitch.
정화.
And dead.
잠들어.
정화.
Oh, these guys are a little bit tougher. Gregor, you need to get some of that orange ability going.
죄인인가?
Gregor, you need to get some of that orange ability going. You need to heal yourself. Oh, thank God, he's got it.
대답하지 마.
You got this,
그
Rasalt.
정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드렸나?
Okay, nice. Damn near at full health again.
알겠어.
대답하지 마.
영원히 잠들어.
Okay, you're scary looking. Okay, trimmer. Trimmer. Okay, same deal as normal for trimmer. More or less the same. You just attack that. Assault.
정화. 모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
1 damage. That was sad. Well, then again, I never use Faust, so I'd have like nothing in her aside from her level. Just this is a backup, so I am not surprised. Come on, Gregor, you got this.
가슴 가장
Whoever was
깊은
that
곳.
neutral attack, I have a feeling you're probably gonna lose that clash. Oh, I guess not. You know, you're neutral for that too. How about you? Okay, neutral, neutral. Okay, that works. Okay, that looks good.
죄인인가?
Oh, I'm better off just clashing again. I'm not breaking through his shield. I just saw that.
대답하지 마.
Okay, looks good-ish. This guy's turning into a fairly lengthy fight.
대답하지 마.
he should be dead this turn or next turn, I'd say.
그 정도 각오로 우리 식구를 건드렸나?
색깔의 목마름일 뿐이야. 승리에 취해 간증을 채우는
Okay,
데
nice. Who's next?
안전 말고.
명을 받듭니다.
Wait, wasn't up type 4 on you? You were not up type 4. Why is it not making you up type 4 then? 'Cause I did not do that. Whatever. Blood Fiend Otis, where are you? There you are.
나를 불렀나?
드디어 내
나를 불렀나?
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Next up is Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. When do I, come on, let's just get to the one that Dawn is. Come on. This distinguishes them. What distinguishes them is, however, they are not satisfied with cetacean alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on, wait a minute, what's this? Nico, after flipping to a few more pages ahead, looked up at Poe and shouted, "Are we going to do this song and dance for each other every time? Wait, words. Are we going to do this song and dance for each and every one of those? Why don't we lump them together like how we've paired up the sinners?" Everybody go on patience already? Only simpletons would make such basic suggestions. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we are told for the sake of proper test results. Make a valid proposal. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity of finding these one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Huh? Wait, really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? I mean, yeah, but it is Heathcliff, so we probably was surprised by him actually going with it. If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why, if we don't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields more accurate results. So I suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? I mean, that's, depending on what they have planned ahead of this, that 0.6% is negligible. Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This is This very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06 greater margin of error, right? That's it. She quickly switched gears to no surprise. Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Yep. Very well, then allow me to explain gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink into the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working with this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down, especially know that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, it sounds like a disagreement brewing. Even after I've joined the bus, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know, although I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're still in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap it up quick. I'm with Heathcliff on this one. Also, seeing with a sword and not a blunt force object and the ID is very strange. You guys, if I don't want to get hit because you're faster than I am. And after that, the rest don't matter as much. It's speed. Actually, wait, no, they do. Who's the other one attacking Heathcliff? You. Okay, this one should be easy. This one's with two of my strongest IDs. This one should be plenty easy. Yeah, we have faced this particular type many times. It seems to be one of the most common ones. And dead. Okay, you're not a. Okay, no, you're. Okay, don't win rate that. He's not attacking. Let's just focus down the other two.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 기도해라.
What? And also, what is it with anime style games? Anime in general. What is it with animating giant scissors as weapons? I have seen this many times. Why is it always scissors? I'm almost certain that one's dead. Yep.
기도해라.
Okay, unbreakable coin. She's still gonna hit, not for much though. I've had little luck hitting those. I almost always miss. Okay, so yeah, let's see a neutral struggling. I'm just gonna go for the attacks I know I'm gonna land. I seem to always miss with those. I almost never seem to be able to hit them. We are annihilating this thing. Yeah, by then the thing should be dead next turn. We do the same level of damage again. Yep. Ouch.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Come on, you all got this. Ouch. Oh wait, that does like nothing. That does nothing. Why was I concerned? That did tickle damage to Otis.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Okay, I was wrong about the thing being dead next turn, but the thing had 128 health. It did not have that much bleed on it to make that much of a difference. Why did it just explode?
피 분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
I did not think I hit it with that much damage.
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
I'm gonna have to
아름다움을
go back
잃지
and do that one
않게.
again later.
그리고
Which one were you?
제2권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Oh, you were those. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some better, more higher damage IDs for those two. I'll have to come back and do that one later. Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't need to use the lunacy. I could have literally just nabbed one of these. No, I will click all the wrong things before I get the one I want.
내가 움직여야 하나? 검은 갈아뒀다.
Oh, these two. I've never used her ID a whole lot in the field to know how good she is. She's fine though.
예리한 검으로 하는 예술이 보고 싶었나?
I always just use her as a backup for the blood fiends. Well, they weren't too much trouble. What's up? Okay, next up is you two. Get in there. With Roshu, I mean, let's do this, I guess. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Shu? Your dull harpoon doesn't interest me. You need to have a sharp stabby stick or she's not interested. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sticky nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling. Yeah. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Stout speaketh of me, that's, 'tis quite the pickle. Oh yeah, Shu has to love Dawn now. Her using her blood as a weapon, that is perfect for Roshu. Alright, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon is not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I mean, she's using a sword in the ID I have equipped, so this whole conversation's irrelevant. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pride. Well, droned on as if as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbols of technology, in the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel is boundless pride, rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle. Something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Oh wait, you're not Heathcliff? Hello, I guess. Hello, Wild Hunt. No, I am not Heathcliff. Thanks for noticing. Ask Brock which sinner I am, and I got Don. What the hell? Apparently, Elon's AI thinks I'm Don. What the hell? Yet it remains uncaring. The flesh. I already read that. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trivial trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Ah, someone like you, okay. Well, that certainly is a perspective. Up next is lust. Moving on just like that, huh? And lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more of this concept than just that, while the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the kernel understanding. To share one's knowledge of one idea is to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express that such things are lust as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different forms of it, not just one. Too bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew over your head, didn't it? Why even ask unnecessarily? Shut up and get in there. I'm surprised that Heathcliff actually is pretty good at keeping the sinners in check. I thought Otis, after the whole thing where she actually took control over the ship for a bit. After that, I thought she'd be a good leader after that, but apparently Heathcliff is probably the best one to lead the sinners in my stead. That is a surprise. Not the best, but not the worst. Her ID's not particular, Ishmael's ID isn't particularly really strong, but not far from the worst I've got. Interesting to see how this one will go. Both her and Roshu are just someone I never really had a reason to put a lot into. Okay, they're holding their own pretty well. I wasn't sure how they do. Okay, I wasn't sure how they, because they're just kind of like a filler to like the blood feed IDs I was using. Those were always like the main thing I used. Her and Heathcliff's ID were always kind of a just a backup. They were just kind of there. I never really focused too much on them. You know how good they were on their own. They seem to be just fine though. Yeah, they seem just fine. Oh, that's all unopposed. Oh no. Dominating. Favored. Okay, you're going after Roshu. Yes, you are. sure that thing's dead. Damn, I was close to staggering it. Yeah, let's just ruffle stomp that one. Let's just get rid of that one. Oh, okay, we're gonna have a field day here. Okay, you're the most likely one to survive, so let's get an extra attack on you and then hit you.
거치적거리지만 마. 저런 개인 줄도 몰랐나. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 말 듯?
Oh, the clash might just kill him. He might just turn to goop. The moment we clash, he might just turn to goop. Oh, nope. And, yep. Never mind. He did. He did. Okay, inflict bleed, inflict. Okay, no fancy gimmick. No, okay. Let's just beat the shit out of that. Let's just beat the shit out of this one. Oh, I lost. Ouch. Dominating and neutral. Neutral. Oh, you're the one who's hurting the least, so you attack that one. Opposed and unopposed. And unopposed.
거치적거리지만 마.
Oh, I lost the clash. Oh, and she's staggered. try to shield the ones that are going after her first. Oh no, I can't. No, I can. No, that one's gonna hit.
거치적거리지만 마.
Did I just lose the dominating one?
34개는 여기까지.
Okay, this one did not go in my way.
거치적거리지만 마.
Okay, Roshu, I have full confidence that you can do this on your own. I might actually be able to stun him.
마.
Oh, I did. Ow! Shit! Oh, that stagger fucked me over. Ow! Oh, I'm banking hard on that being able to kill him. I'm banking hard on that being able to kill him.
거치적거리지만 마.
Between the blood loss and the damage I can do to him. Okay, good. Oh, I lost the clash. I lost the favorite. Why? Okay, I should not have had hopes of me winning a favorite. That's almost like struggling for me. I almost never win favorites.
진작에 다
Damn.
끝냈을 거야.
검은 갈아뒀다.
Oh, do I
검은
not have
갈아뒀다.
support IDs? Oh.
예리한 검으로 하는 예술이 보고 싶었나?
I can definitely do this. I got really close. I can definitely do this. I got really close. All her attacks are pretty much the same, it looks like.
갑니다.
40. 먹지.
I'm actually winning favors. As soon as they say I almost never win, I'm actually still winning them. Awesome. Oh, was that Vine Boom? Focus down the big one. Yeah, let's try to focus on the big one if I can.
검을 덜 갈았었나?
So I'm not doing well on speed.
갑니다.
Okay, good. Okay, that one's staggered.
잘 갈려.
Oh, I thought I wouldn't be able to kill it, but I'd be able to get on bleed next turn. But nope, it's just dead. Okay.
갑니다. 검을 덜 갈았었나?
Got this. Yeah, you got this.
지적거리지만 마. 사십. 먹칠.
Yeah, I actually kind of like. I'm actually really liking these like smaller scale battles. And just kill it.
40. 이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대?
Where it's just like two, 3 centers. Although kind of like before to use specific ones, it's kind of biting me, especially for these teams. I don't. They're not like great for what I'm facing. The IDs are still pretty good though. I just don't have them. It's still Uptide 4 still recommended. I have Uptide 4 of these too. Shoot, I'm not doing well on speed either. You're coming into cover, Ishmael. Okay.
갑니다.
That works. Oh, she lost the favored.
끝이. 저는 개인적으로 원합니다.
I'll be able to do a pretty decent number on this guy. If not, just kill him.
거치적거리지만 마. 40. 먹지. 끝이.
Oh, yeah, we've won this. Yeah. Yeah, we've got this.
거치적거리지만 마. 끝. 검을 덜 갈았었나?
Oh, really? 13 health you oh my 13 health.
이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대? 싱겁네요. 윗대가리가 죽었으니 이제 당신들도 우리 조.
Yes, Don. And you are a weird matchup, but yes, Don.
책임은 못.
관리인가?
라만 차렘들을 뒤엎는다.
I don't think I've used her by herself though. Rain, Nai is the type of the Yogi Sega I to face the test. The nature of the trial shall take form as... I assume that we all have first-hand experience with static shock. Well, doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain it in later example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for illustrious colored fixtures, am I correct? Really, I should be second to none where my passion for them be to be measured. Now, image yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrious colored fixtures are holding an event to demonstrate their to disseminate their autographs and image that you are part of the excited Huey. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Oh, is she blushing? Oh, that is so cute. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you receive your autograph. Oh, you saying you just... For faith play thee such a cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now do image, what sort of emotion would you feel for your fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you would receive yours ere the chance was robbed? Well, it would be quite jealousy burning within mine heart, a painful tingling sensation my... Oh. Now, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. You two, quit and get in there. Quit the chin wag and get in there. Right? Then onwards to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Oh no. Wait, okay. Blade lineage. Oh, it's Blade lineage Dawn. Oh, how perfect would it be if I actually had the Blade lineage for these. I mean, I have hers, I don't have his. How perfect if I had the Blade lineage for these two. I have hers though, just not leveled. Oh, it's been a while since I've used him.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Oh my god, wait, she is struggling? Oh no, I have never seen that happen before. Dawn, don't let me down. You're my strongest you're probably one of my strongest ID, if not the strongest. You saying you're not doing too hot either, buddy. No, I'll take the neutral. I will take the neutral.
가족을 위해. 엎드리도록.
I may have worried for nothing. Okay, well, he's almost dead. They staggered. They're both staggered, wow. I might save those for wave 2, actually. On, you got that one. I can't counter that.
가족을 위해
Oh, this is gonna hurt! Actually, it's just a 20 damage. Never mind. Wasn't as bad as I thought.
엎드리도록.
그대 또한 잠들게. 잠들 때를 빌릴 테니.
흐르는 피로. 가족을 위해
I don't know why it took the time to set that up. The Flash was gonna kill him. What all do I need for my pocket nuke? I don't think I can get that off. No, I don't have any purples.
가족을 위해
따뜻한
엎드리도록.
Okay.
꿰뚫려라.
그대 또한 잠들게.
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
잠든 그대를 빌릴 테니.
And it's over. We have won.
나아주게.
따뜻 쏟아내.
I am really liking these like smaller scale battles where it's just like 2 or 3 sinners. I really am enjoying that.
고작 이 정도로 만족하려고 페륜의 죄까지 저지른 게
Fights
아니야.
based around that. Who are we going in with this time? Wait, what? Why can't I deploy here? I'm sure I'll get my answer. Oh damn! It's just like Kanto 7. I lost my strongest ID throughout a good chunk of the fight.
원하신다.
내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
H사와 89의 안내는
명령이라면
형님과
검은 갈아뒀다. 검은 갈아뒀다.
형님과 누님들을 위해
관리인가 아니면 애도인가.
Actually, wait, hold up. I just realized I'm losing my bonus for the event. Let's go with that if I
나를
can.
불렀나?
I'll swap them out as needed. Okay, damn, I'm down to two blood feed items.
내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
H사와
명령이라면
형님과 누님들을 위해
관리인가.
이제야 부르나. 좀
Yeah, I know it's
시간이네.
lower because of the one. The foundation that led the disaster. Wait, the foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies, Miss Don Quixote has ought to. To avail me but a moment, a shoelace upon Roshante has been undone. Oh no. Well, that would be why I can't use her. We're fighting her again. Well... How I remember trying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet, for quite the hideous access, sorry to be forced upon Roshante, I have tied one of them again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knot didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Dawn freeing her feet from Roshante at her present state. I mean, that is a fair point, since she knows all that now and everything. Really, technically should be fine, shouldn't it? Well, if she just puts them back on, it should just be fine. Whatever thou suggesting, Roshante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. And none shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. Okay, now we know from, like, at the end of Canto 7 that she is just... She knows, but she's still kind of playing as she did before. Just from how it kind of worded it, how I kind of understood it. It was a query posed toward Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon the rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting. Good thing we're at Lab 2, or else we're gonna get another chance to do that. This course of action is highly inadvisable. I am fully with Faust! Yeah, sounds like bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happens on the train the moment her shoes come off. Yeah! She killed Faust just by existing. Sure did. But was an incident decision called by Roshante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had not to do with mine will. You know, potato, potato. I was already quite aware of the core of the incident, and of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? Okay, I'm actually curious now, Gregor. I'm actually curious now. The standards here at LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we're measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not from what she can do, no. Not even abnormalities on a more powerful side of things can puncture holes in these walls. The enemy came to us and begged to differ. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned center's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave the only half-complete test results here. Utterly terrified? Terrified. And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Don't provoke. Can't tell if he's smart or just a complete dumbass. Outcome in a reason subject was too scared to participate. After such contemplation, I have come to conclude dear Sir Shante deserveth a moment of respite as well. Oh no. And it probably won't be as bad as what happened before, but I am still scared to know what happens when and I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her course, still without Roshante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? If your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unliteral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent, your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Yep. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Honestly, if he just got turned to that's not far-fetched. If he just got turned to a splatter mark on the wall because of what he's doing, I'm sure he would not mind. Man's last words are probably going to be, well, that didn't work. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything goes wrong, me saying will be on ready to slip those shoes right back on your feet the moment notice, Kay. I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Now, since again she is just kind of playing a role here, she does know everything, and it's not the same thing as going on before. It is still her, as she was before she put the shoes back on. It is her, at least from my understanding of it. So, really, nothing should happen here. Dawn begins to untie her shoes saving. The 7th layered knot poses quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot of those shoes. Whatever. I was hoping that'd be the last knot those shoes would ever tie. Of course, here we go. Rest the will, Roshante. Wait, seriously? No, nothing should really happen from this. It showed at the end of Kanto 7 that she was fully aware of everything that was happening. That it was still Sancho. She even outright said that she'd just be playing a character. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew moving Roshante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control, because we saw its effects on the warp train and La Mancha Land? Yeah, and she was in full control in La Mancha Land at the end there. After we kind of beat the trauma out of her. Or was it because we assumed that Roshante was now just a disguise? Yeah, it's really what it should be. And now that Dawn has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling that these researchers didn't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us, fill our hunger. Oh, this is something new. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans, with the blood of humans. Okay, so something's happening and it is something we have not seen before. Shouting voices suddenly began to echo in my head. They were the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the Blood Fiend's instinctive given voice, imprinted upon them the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before dawn. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink, I must. Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on his head suddenly exploded? I've got to get a hold of myself first. Body can't even feel thirst. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Dawn back, we're gonna need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in there, or at least let's at least try to quench what's... Could we just give her some of the sinner's blood and just use our rewind powers to rejuvenate them? Yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the Exact Master has been saying? It's a combined thirst of every single kindred. A few samples aren't gonna do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing. Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, he's saying shoes. Shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. This bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. I wonder if they're actually... I'm so curious if they ever used her burning clothes as a way to make s'mores or light a cigarette or something like that. These rings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete. Wait, what did that say? I skipped out without reading. Stop making my vocabulary look small, damn it! What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind, some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. What the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it does seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto you. No, it doesn't seem like. I knew your containment wouldn't do shit. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Of his curiosity. This was a bad idea. Hey, Sancho. I'm sorry, but we gotta... good old trauma beating, I guess. I don't like this team makeup. Did I ever feel like it loses? Like I have to switch out someone for Otis. Hopeless immediately. Oh, I don't have it. Damn. Claire, I'm sorry, this is gonna sting. Actually, no, let's do that to Heathcliff, because these guys should got a healing ability.
차 부숴줄 테다.
얼얼하지?
Oh no! Oh. Oh.
밖에서 막고 있는
Oh.
꼴을 보니 그다지
That-
유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
Oh. That actually did not hit as hard as I thought. Even I thought it would still hit harder with the shield. It did not. Okay, you've got a higher favor than... Heath, a lot of the how much pain we're going to experience on this turn all depends on if you win that, buddy. So no pressure or anything. But don't fuck this up.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지
Heathcliff.
않았군요. 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Okay, he won.
목이 비었잖아. 나라도 그렇게
Oh shit, that's right. I keep forgetting about the unbreakable.
하나면 훌륭하군요.
Those things are nasty when the enemy has bleed. Ouch.
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Okay, it should be close to a stagger there. From it looked like there's a spot there. I gotta get some of that upgrade. A lot of those attacks going to him, it looks like. Yeah. A lot of this is gonna have to be a defense. A lot of these are just not doing well.
못 쳐주게!
Oh, we staggered her. We staggered her.
꼭 쳐보세요. 누군가에게 저주받는 기분이 어떤 것인지.
That saved us a lot of hurt this turn.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어 있군.
Oh, they're barely alive?
수
Does
있을 것 같은데.
that look barely alive to you, Virgil?
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
차 부숴줄 테다.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
Oh, mother of God. Oh, no.
단테. 이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
Unbreakable Hunt World. Oh, no. Oh, you're just unopposed. You guys aren't staggered, you can at least do some damage.
기회는 없겠지만
나가서
그렇게
싸워.
할게요.
그냥 내가 봐주지.
Holy shit! Wait a minute, oh, was this scripted? Oh. This is a cutscene. I don't think this is a... Okay. Okay. I must have to be the mother to all of them. The family's first. No, my lady, you needn't be the mother of anyone here. You are a sinner, nothing more. Oh, I was wondering how he'd stack up to the second or first kindred. Oh, we're not gonna see the epic battle? Okay, he actually kind of looks beat up. Okay, yeah, he actually kind of looks beat up after that fight. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. Jesus. Well, even if it's not all that beat up, he still actually seemingly had to try a little bit. He didn't just wipe the floor with things like he usually does. Jesus, Virgil, that was an awesome cutscene, as short as it may be. I was not expecting him to step in, I really was not. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome. Given if the intelligence regarding the binding tool of the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner, well then, I hadn't had much first-hand experience with watching Virgil fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted ever. Okay, so he actually is a little beat up then. And is she so weakened for being bound by Dante too, like they said? Oh my god. Yeah, still, I was not I never thought we'd see Virgil actually kind of in that state. Ever some time passed. Don, please, oh, please never. Let's never do that again, please. I knew that was a bad idea. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine, but I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many voices. But, voices? The voices of my family. But the Bloodfiends of La Manche Land are all Sinclair trailed off. Every single Bloodfiend left inside La Manche Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's Lord Kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was through my very blood remembering them still. I recognize some of them, and some were voices of those I had once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was ever since then. Wait, I never thought about that. If a higher kindred dies, is it possible for a blood fiend to ascend to another higher kindred? Is that possible? Like, in theory, could like a second become a first? I mean, she's got no one above her. Is that how that works? And I was struck not only by... she also... We could handle her, too. We could handle her before, when we were at La Mancha Land when she was fighting us. She just annihilated us that time. Like, she was significantly... Think about it, she was significantly stronger when we fought her this time than we were last time, and I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of those children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural because I am a blood fiend, thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I hurt you all. As Don Quixote, the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pairs of shoes, her strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. And approached us after... Well, if they just have artificial blood packs, what's the whole problem with the module and the people bars then? After spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his shoes, or in his notes. Why the hell did I say his shoes? In his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower will be enough to withstand this urge. I have done quite well suppressing it this far. I mean, wait, actually, I mean, was this ever answered? I know the shoes kind of like the drinking from the river kind of erased all that. But think about it, now that everything's said and done after Canto 7, does she actually now feel that? Remembering the past and everything? Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. It is your implication that the purpose of conditioning this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger. I don't know, it seemed like he was in it only for the state of his curiosity, and only to say his curiosity. Call it merely in the aspect of the opportune convenience, this risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. It's actually, okay, with him saying that, it's probably a good idea, as much as I hate that we did this here. At least now we actually know the full extent of what could be. So analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends in this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experience first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true, the Michigan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? Whatever are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the power binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative reports explains that blood is not merely a container for nutrients, but something more. That it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and received a reply. On-site investigation reasoning team leader spat out the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familiar bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual on account that the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to Sandy was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear this responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless, exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves their very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job at describing the intensity of which you have lost control. That was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. I understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Oshante, walk bare of feet, the feel of the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Virgil had to save us, and it looked like he struggled to do so, and we were just annihilated. I hate to say it, but we might actually need outside help if that would ever happen again, in a less controlled environment too. Now that I've had first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and the efforts of various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really. Because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice despite the theatrical manner of speech returning. Her tone reminded me of the time at Lamashaland. My deepest apologies, Dearest friends, forsooth, I shall never preserve to see. I shall never. I shall. Forsooth, I shall ever preserve to see that Roshante, my shoes are never to be removed again. Alas, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah, and that's what you're going to persevere towards. Really? I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou conceal? Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I notice Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I know the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly as though to say I did it. I stopped hesitating. The tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. What? I don't understand what she means by this. That Dante didn't... I don't understand what she means by that. Very well. However, I cannot help but admit I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Dawn walk away as though nothing had happened. I'd be very... I don't know, I'd be very tempted just to give Dawn a hug after that.
다들 고생했다.
Poor thing probably
부장한테
needs
내가
it.
말해둘 테니까 뒤처리 끝나면 뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Okay, so it is now almost 5 a.m. I am out of time for this one. I'm not sure what my streaming schedule is going to be looking like next week. I'm not going to be going on my break like I had planned for various reasons. Well, I say break. Something came up that would actually would have caused me to have to step away from streaming just for like a week. But that something has changed, so I am good to stream regularly again. So I will not be streaming on Thursday though. But next week, I'm not, or I guess technically this week it is Monday now, but I'm not sure what's gonna look like. As far as what I'll be streaming, it'll probably be mostly Limbus Company. Maybe I'll throw in Kivoto Battlegrounds or something else somewhere in there so I get a pause between Limbus. But it should be mostly Limbus next week. I'm gonna try to get caught up all the way, what content there is. So I can, again, play Blue Archive between this and ZZ while I wait for both of those games to update and add new stuff. So, yeah, I was gonna be playing a lot of Limbus. So, before I wrap things up, let me take a look at something. What do I got for... Give me one of you. Reds or you? I will take you. Okay, I have some leftovers. Okay, I need less of these and anything else. I need you. I need to uptie for the other sinners that I regularly throw out onto the battlefield, so you too. Because the Blood Fiends and you two are like my main guides. I almost always field you, so I want you to have up type 4. The rest don't really matter, they're just backups. But yeah, outside of Vince, it's always all the Blood Fiends and these two. Okay, so I am gonna end it here. So without further ado, though, I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody, and bye-bye.
Bye.